Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways. The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with State Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bukeka Blakemore, CEO of Fave Unite TV, and I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Stephanie Audrey, CEO, co-founder of Xenoverse Wellness Group. Dr. Audrey is the founder and CEO of Xenoverse Wellness Group, a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time through its Media Spa Tells TM strategically located across the Caribbean, Italy, France, and Africa. Current locations are in Jamaica, with Italy and African markets opening soon. Her firm is also in the farming space, offering food as medicine, perishable, non-perishable meal kits, tinctures, and tonics, supporting the various wellness protocols. Dr. Audrey codified her wellness delivery model as WAASS, Wellness as a Service Solution, aimed at helping people experience a full life of 120 years and beyond by avoiding sick care and selecting longevity-inspired holistic body maintenance options. Thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Audrey. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Welcome. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, indeed a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. So let's just ask a few questions that our audience is wanting to know. First of all, Xenoverse Wellness Group is definitely a cutting edge concept. When did you first conceive this business venture?
Well, it's so funny. Really, I think I could say it's been along a particular journey. I first started working on a global business when I was about 9 years young. But the entrance into sort of wellness or spa came from being introduced early in my career. I was on the marketing team for the Claremont Resort Hotel up in Berkeley, Oakland Hills. And at the time, the Claremont was doing something that had not been done yet. And that was they were investing $1 million in this new thing called a spa. And so we were updating the branding to introduce that concept into the marketplace. And then after that, my first part of my career was in marketing and advertising communications. So I advised a number of other hospitality brands on, their B2C markets and repositioning themselves to participate in local market opportunities. Believe it or not, there was a time that the only people that went to hotels were people that had to stay get them as guests, which means that the food and beverage experience was horrible and expensive because you were captive and forced. So any of us that have lived long enough know that it wasn't a place that locals went because the food was bad. There was no reason. And I was part of changing, that narrative and that experience for many hospitality and other brands in my career, along my career. So it was back then that I say the spa, kind of idea stuck in my mind.
Well, thank you for that. Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, what experiences influenced your thinking?
So it really, I've always been an entrepreneur at heart. Like I said, just for fun, I used to play business. In fact, it was I was about 9 at the time. I was playing business on this particular day, and I noticed that other retailers had credit cards. And so I said, well, my business needs credit cards. So I decided to make credit cards for my business. I mean, I had the monopoly money. I knew 10 keep I touch before I knew what that meant. And so right around the time I perfected these credit cards, my mother came in the room. I had used her photo album refills, cut them up and, plastic coated these index cards. And so she came in with a, what are you doing? And I knew that that was, one of those, either you better answer right or there are consequences to, the wrong answer. And I paused and I said, Mommy, I know who I'm going to be. I see myself. I'm in the boardroom. Everybody's paying attention. I'm wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit, like all of these details. The San Francisco Bay Bridge is outside of the window. And she kind of let out a bit of a nervous laugh. And then she says, interesting, tell me more. And it was like at that time, the then wealthiest man in the world was a Middle Eastern deal maker. And for some reason, his story, I knew his story and it resonated with me. Early on, I was well read and just, really interested in business. And so that's kind of where this idea of I was going to be an international business tycoon, began to form. And she was an encourager. So, early 20s, my first business at 18. And by the time I was in my early 20s, I was being interviewed for a show. And this was one of the first times that I recalled that story. And I was like, oh my gosh, at that moment, the San Francisco Bay Bridge was outside of, I was like, oh my gosh, be careful what you speak, what you envision, because it will manifest.
Wow, that is so inspiring. I love it. So tell us, what has been the journey to having this all come to fruition?
It's interesting. I describe myself as China. And again, a lot of people don't pay attention to, kind of big shifts. But like I said, I started early looking at business. And what I remember was China in its infancy and how the journey to becoming a powerhouse, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens by setting a certain set of intentions and then doing the work to fill the gap. Well, I opted to do no different along my journey. So I started off as a strategist advising Fortune 500 companies, multi-billion-dollar organizations, the same kind of organization that I had the desire to create. So not only did I advise them, I worked for some, to understand what it looked like to be the category leader. And I would say that that's been the beauty of my journey, is that I've had the experience of being in the boardroom, with the billionaires leading these organizations on a senior level team, where I've been able to add input and understand the decisions that are being made in the boardroom and then executing on those decisions and able to produce outcomes. So I bring that experience into everything that I've done. So the first part of my career, as I said, I was the strategist. And then what I realized is I had an opportunity to give one of the keynote presentations during the National Conference of Black Mayors. Again, this was in my early 20s. And after that, I was asked to advise these mayors on economic development opportunities and entrepreneurial things. And so I was writing articles as well as advising them. And what I noticed were real estate developers seemed to show up and make money. And I was trying to figure, why are they getting paid? How are they making money off of my strategies? And I remember meeting a gentleman we were at a reception for the dean of Pepperdine, and he worked with doing the Hyatts around the world. And so I was saying, I'm really trying to understand this real estate development. And so he says, well, I'll tell you more about it. And he says, well, by the way, we're going to be working on a Hyatt project in Jamaica. And at that time, I'd never been to Jamaica. I'm not Jamaican. The idea of leaving the country, I had not considered that. It was way too early, right? But he planted a seed nonetheless. And so years later, when I found myself in the Bahamas and I began to spend a lot of time going back and forth to the Bahamas, I realized that, there was something about this real estate development thing. And I just needed to kind of find my way. I didn't want to be a figurehead. I've never wanted to be a figurehead, just controlled at the whim of someone else. I really wanted to have the technical expertise. So I ended up I said, you know what, I'm going to go for it. And I went to USC. I studied real estate finance and development. And at that point, decided instead of launching my own company to go and work for one of the top developers in the nation. And that was a very valuable decision. And that's what gave me, the multi-billion-dollar, background and experience, is that I was willing to go and, as I say, earn my education through practical hands-on experience and exposure to what those types of deals and transactions look like. So started through that and then continued my education along the way. I wasn't the person that came in and just was happy to have, if you will, a position. I remember talking to the then VP who hired me, and I said, listen, I need to build out my library. There's a bunch of additional courses that I'd like to train. He says, here's what you can do. You have an expense account, so you can expense so many items, each month. Every course that you wanted, you pick it, you set it up. And so I was a single mom. And, my son said, I've been studying all of his life. I was studying when he was in the womb, and I've continued, that journey. But I felt that it was important to not only have the experience, but to also be educated. Because one thing that I noticed along the journey is people can steal from you, and people will steal from you. They'll steal your intellectual property. They'll steal your assets. They'll steal your business. They'll steal. What they can't take from you is your education and your experience. They can't steal that.
Wow. That is so true. And I really appreciate those words. I know they are really resonating with people right now, just as I am. So let me ask you this. What's some of the special training or education, which you just really spoke about, but what are some of the other areas of special training and education that you've garnered along the way?
Well, it was interesting because I didn't come from a construction background. So I ended up enrolling in community college and taking a construction project management certificate program. And that was so that I could not only develop the vocabulary, but the understanding of what construction project management was all about. And that ended up serving me well, because that's the thing, is a lot of times I leaned into information that I wasn't necessarily 100% certain where it would be valuable, but it became valuable. I had taken that program before I went to USC. And one of the things that we did was we were able to develop a construction schedule by hand. So later, when I was working for the major developer, technology was not their strong suit. So I was always the executive who was technologically advanced. So when we started using tools like Microsoft Project and other project planning softwares, even the most sophisticated of the softwares, I was always the first person able to not only learn but to execute our business plans by using those tools, and to be able to really maximize my ability to produce outcomes, because I knew how to adopt technology, which is still, which is why when you mentioned, yes, I codified a wellness protocol because I understand the benefit of creating a portfolio of intellectual property. And I understand that you can only claim the intellectual property when you codify it in some particular form. And so you have to be able to form those methodologies, and they have to be predictable. Again, that's part of what earning a doctorate does. If you are a doctor in any particular level, the goal is to become a researcher, and you're supposed to be able to take on a study and to be able to provide the process for that study that some other researcher can go and follow and produce similar outcomes. So with my doctoral degree, I focused on doing a mixed method study. My topic was venture capital for independent filmmakers, but I did a mixed method study where I combined a qualitative and a quantitative study into an outcome such that someone else should be able to go and follow my research, my dissertation, and be able to produce similar outcomes. And so that is additional expertise of being able to say, I can go and study whatever topic I have a curiosity about. I know what to look for in terms of the data. Last year, I graduated from law school, and people say, oh, you go to law school because you want to advise clients. And I said, well, no, that's for people that want a job. I am not looking for a job. I create jobs. And if you've been in business, business is about contracting. It's about engagements. It's about producing relationships that have to be codified through documents. Those documents create the expectations in how those relationships should be not only engaged, but also how they should be executed. And then also, if there are conflicts in understanding, hopefully you have documents that you can go back to and reference and say, well, wait a second, when we began this engagement, this was the scope, this was a particular schedule, and these were the budgetary constraints that we agreed that we were going to perform within. Now, what are our outcomes? Are they on target? Or are they off target? And what happened to get them off target? How is it that we go back and claim? But also, it is another way to establish the facts of a situation, because facts become foggy over time. And people forget sources of information. Everyone likes to claim ownership. And it's like, no. Let's go back to the original engagements and look at the facts that we've been able to document along this relationship journey, right? And so in business, it's a lot of legal. And it's also being able to defend, because people go, oh, well, I'm getting a patent, and I'm yes, great. But can you defend it? Because if you can't defend it, then, you're spending a lot of time getting things that unfortunately may not be of value. And there's people that know that. So they steal your IP anyway, because they know that they're banking on the fact that you don't have the wherewithal to defend it. It's not about if you have it, it's can you defend it? You see big companies, Google, Apple, and all of these big folks going at each other. It's because they understand that part. So your patents will be infringed upon, your IP will be stolen, but can you fight to get it back? Can you fight to prevail, in terms of that ownership? So yes, I've made sure that I've continued to add my expertise and advance my knowledge. I have legal teams that work for me around the world, and, I can't have the expectation of doing their jobs, but I can be a better employer if I understand what their jobs are.
That makes a lot of sense. I remember someone saying, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen.
Sadly, that's the truth, because memories, again, memories can become foggy. Yes.
Right, right. Wow. So, what would you say are the fundamentals that each founder of a business should consider when determining the feasibility of a business venture?
Well, the business begins with customers. And so if you don't have customers, then you won't have a business. And so oftentimes what happens is people start a business thinking about what their qualifications are or what their capabilities are. So oftentimes they go into business as employees attempting to be entrepreneurs. And unfortunately, your skills were part of a system that your employer required. That doesn't mean that there's an outside marketplace that's willing to pay you for that same skill set. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to understand the markets. You need to understand who's buying what it is that you're planning to sell. How often are they buying it? What are they paying for it? Because you had a salary at an organization, that doesn't mean that the market is viable for you to sort of recreate your salary in business. Somebody else was paying your salary, and your salary was a percentage of an overall system of expenses that they were able to pay. That doesn't mean that that's a business opportunity. And so the first thing is understanding the primary, the secondary, and tertiary markets that you believe that your business can service, and why. Why would they need, and when will they need? What are the triggering events that require them to need what it is you're offering? And not everybody is your customer. And that's the number one mistake that most inexperienced entrepreneurs make, is they believe that everybody is their customer. And I'm like, no, think about it. Everybody is not. If that were the case, go stand on the toothpaste aisle. Tell me how many different brands and types of toothpaste exist. We all have teeth. So if that philosophy were the philosophy, then there should just be one brand, but we know that there's not. So that lets you know that, just like, with that set of, yes, we have something in common, but that does not make us interested in consuming the same product. So when you understand your potential or prospective customers, then you have to understand what is their capacity in order to engage with your product or service, but also at the same time, what is the capacity that your organization requires to properly service those particular customers. And this is where a lot of times I see, consultants make a mistake. They want to charge a fee that's comparable to a major management consulting firm. And it's like, you don't mitigate the risk in the same way that a major consulting firm does. So if you're showing up and your fee is comparable to the McKinsey's, the BDO, these firms, sorry, you're not going to be the pick, because these firms have a long history and they're established and they're going to be here. You're new to the marketplace. So you're coming at the marketplace with the wrong pricing strategy, because you don't understand the market position that your organization is really going to occupy, because you didn't come in with the dream team that you necessarily okay, if you were, part of a management consulting firm and 5 of you that have 10 years experience decide to leave and form an organization, then that might be different, because you've built relationships, you've built a track record. But if you're leaving by yourself to set up a solo shop because you believe that now you can make more money, that doesn't necessarily pan out to be the reality. And so it's those things that many entrepreneurs make mistakes with, is they try to create a job for themselves, as opposed to understanding that a business requires a different set of understanding and feasibility. And so they hang out their shingle before getting engaged with customers. And then sadly, they learn the unfortunate truth that the customers that they thought would be their customers are not.
Wow. That was so important. And, I think no matter where you are in your business, what you just said will always ring true. Just knowing that you've got to have the customer. I really love what you said there. Thank you so much. So you've got a new business. Where do you begin? Where does one begin when they're entering starting a business?
I think it's about having understanding of the market. Someone was asking me the other day, what kinds of things do I consume? I'm not as active in things like popular culture, but what I am consuming is I'm watching CNBC. I'm watching, anything that's about business. I'm listening to podcasts that are authored by, successful entrepreneurs. I'm reading about successful CEOs. I read the, Wall Street Journal. I'm reading Financial Times. I'm reading global news and publications. My content consumption is information that's going to be relevant to the business and industry that I occupy. I'm following the institutes that publish the market reports and studies on the sectors that I occupy. So the beginning is become knowledgeable of the business that you expect to participate in. Again, this is where I find too often significant gaps in terms of an entrepreneur's approach. And that's why oftentimes the failure rate is so staggering and significant. And what, again, failure to be coachable. I don't know what it is about people with their egos that they feel that they're going to go into business. You've been an employee for 40 years of your career. Now you're going into business. You haven't studied anything business, but you think that either somebody should give you the education or no, it costs. That's part of being in business. Businesses pay management consulting firms. They pay advertising agencies. They pay technology companies. They pay financial advisors. They pay for legal counsel and advice. So if you want to be in business, those are expenses that you pay for. If your business is unable to pay for those experts, then your business, sadly, you're going to one day realize why you should have paid for those experts. I tell people all the time, I said, either, you pay me now or you're going to end up paying me more later.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be here. You'll need me before I need you, and it's the same thing. I mean, someone was saying that to me recently because they were trying to impress upon me the number of people who could benefit from my wellness resorts and retreats, the methodology. And I'm like, yeah, most people are sick AF if I were to tell the truth, because they've been investing their lifetime in sick care and poisonous products being poisoned and cut. So yeah, I know, but they're not my customers. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, because they don't invest in their well-being. The people that invest in my well-being are already an established market. They spend $8.2 trillion already. If you guys are not spending money in that way, you're not my customer. Sorry.
Right.
Could you benefit from what I offer? Yes. Do you need it? You need it more than anybody. But because you don't invest in it, that's why you're sick, as they say. And that's why, you know what I'm saying? I'm not begging you to invest. I'm marketing my business to the people that pay for what it is I offer.
That makes sense.
Otherwise, I won't be in business.
Right. Right. Wow. So, there's a term that that I read that you've used called kissing frogs. So why that term? What does it represent?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You cut out in the
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry. Okay. I've read in your works, or have an understanding that you've mentioned the term about kissing frogs.
Kissing frogs, yeah. So kissing frogs is what I say in terms of so I'm raising capital for my business while I'm courting customers, right?
Okay.
And so what I have learned is to, instead of making it a negative experience, I've sort of gamified it in my mind. And so it's like, you're kissing frogs and every frog is not going to turn into a prince. So hopefully you pucker up better, or you begin to have better discernment so you can minimize how many frogs you have to kiss before you get to that prince. And that can be the prince in terms of before you get to the appropriate market niche for your business, before you get to the appropriate, relationship. Because again, I, as a founder and innovator, futurist, I see market opportunities. I've also realized that sometimes what I see 10, 20 years ahead of time. Why is that? Because I've always been investing in knowing. And when you invest in knowing, then you tend to know, right? So I'm going to know things that the average person just starting, it's kind of like, I use the analogy, I didn't play basketball, but I'm a mom of a basketball player. And so I would say that, no matter, you cannot, if you start now, you can't get the same amount of time on the court as somebody that started 20 years before you. No matter what you do, you just can't go back and make up that time, and so as you look at it, that's the difference between the goods and the greats, the goats in every sector. A goat spends extra time. They do beyond what the average does. I walk into places and I was talking to someone last week who came out of USC, architect, contractor, kind of with the same Trojan, right? He even went through the master's program, executed our careers. So on the surface, we have a lot of the same core skills, right? You would say, but the difference will be, and always will be, is the choice of how you interpret the information that you have been presented and the choices that you want to make with that information. What I learned very early on is that for other innovators are not always interested in another innovator. If you're an employee in their organization, their goal is to have you help them accomplish their billion-dollar dreams. They're not interested in you accomplishing your own. So if I am the kind of person that realize my value and say, fair exchange is not robbery. So I was willing to exchange my talents and energy for a season, but I'm not willing to exchange my talents indefinitely. I would rather take my talents and use my energy to create my own legacy. I know that they're worth billions because I've been able to run the plays in your organization. So I've tested it out. So I know it works. So now I'm going to run those plays on my own and execute at a level, and so that's kind of this whole idea of, you kiss a lot of frogs because you run across a number of people that you begin to realize, I really shouldn't even be in that conversation. I got to change my room. I got to change who I'm communicating with because we're not having the level of conversation that's going to be essential. What got me here won't get me there.
Right. Wow. So informative. I'm so glad that you're sharing this information. There's so many nuggets that are going to go such a long way. Now, from everything that you've said, you have really invested significantly in building like ecosystems for entrepreneurial success. So, what caused you to be so passionate about this work?
I think it's because I think it happened so early along my journey. When I left high school, I expected, like everyone else, to, go to college and get a job. But I found myself being unemployable at 18 in what were the traditional jobs. Most 18-year-olds were doing fast food jobs or whatever. I didn't. As a student aide, when I got my first, work study, I worked for the Oakland Unified School District in the GATE program, the Gifted and Talented Education Program. I worked under the leadership of a dynamic Black woman who later became the superintendent of schools, but she was just brilliant. And she was a brilliant mentor and leader. But I was typing, 80 words. I was doing the secretarial level work as a student aide at 15. Those were kind of the skills that I came in with because of both my mother's guidance and input, but also my curiosity. I was very well read and I was very well able to communicate and write. And because I played piano, my fingers, I learned how to type on a manual. So by the time we went to electric, I was just zooming flawlessly, right? So the jobs that they wanted to offer me were full-time secretarial positions, but I was a full-time college student. And so it conflicted. The time that I had to be in school was the options available. So I remember my mother learning about an RFP and figuring that she looked at, she said, I think you can qualify for this. And I was like, you think? And so it was a proposal to a contract with the California Library Association to set up the Second Start Adult Literacy Program. And so I won that contract. I wasn't the first pick, but the first pick didn't elect. So I was the second choice. But they were concerned. They're like, how's this 18-year-old going to execute this contract? And not only did I execute the contract was renewed and extended until I opted out, because I now graduated for college and I wanted to enter into, the career that I had studied. But also I realized that I was going to have to take a haircut on my income, and I better do it while I'm younger, than later along the journey. But then I became involved with a youth entrepreneurial organization where at that time I was able to add, again, experience in marketing and, and then building on. As a teenager, we would put together the business plan for the summer snack bar that we ran. And, I was very involved with helping to select what we were going to sell so that we could sell for a profit, so that we could fund our teen trips, summer trips. And then I built and continued that legacy. In California, there was a big civil unrest after the Rodney King beating. I was tapped to help entrepreneurs. I probably trained thousands of entrepreneurs on building their businesses. And see, I train differently. A lot of people like to talk about theories and whatever. What we document are the outcomes. So I have businesses that will tell you they came in, they were making 200,000, they got to $1 million after going through those are the types of outcomes that I have documented over my over 40-year journey. And so even with my initiatives in business, when I looked at going into Jamaica, I said, I'm not going into Jamaica like the other hotelers hiring 5 people and then letting the rest of the country struggle if I'm attracting more business. No, I set an intention to build out a whole ecosystem where I committed initially to training and developing 1 million farmers and entrepreneurs. I've since expanded that because of some partnerships where we have 1 million now in our network. So now my goal is to train and develop 10 million over the next decade, and to help those businesses create sustainable ventures. Not because it sounds popular, but it's because I've already developed I've already done the work, and I've codified the work. So all I have to do is fill the gaps, and the gaps are things like access to technology, access to the so I created a business model to be able to provide those gaps, to fill those gaps so that I can help them execute. And so it's either they need to be incubated or they need to be accelerated. And so, understanding that's my way. So I realize, I get a lot of, kind of pushback because I'm not the type of entrepreneur that believes in, if it was just about me making money for my venture, I can do that. I have actually a different vision, and I think it needs to be bigger than my venture. And so because of that, I often face a lot of, turbulence, because again, there are benefactors of the system as it is. Otherwise, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
So when you come in,
that is so important. Oh my goodness. So important.
Here between the lines, hear me. There are factors of the existing system. The reason that 50%, ultimately 70% of the businesses started in the US fail, there are benefactors of that system. Every time you make a mistake as an entrepreneur and go and open up a bank account at a retail bank, they win, you lose. You don't know it. You won't know it for 30 years. By the time you realize you've lost, you can't go back and claim the time. But ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance means you end up with a lacking understanding of wealth creation, and a sustainable venture.
Wow.
I can be more basic than that. Pay attention to how many people use an email other than a URL attached to their business. Now, that's a very basic fundamental thing. But if you don't even understand that distinction right there, you don't understand why you're not going to capitalize and expand a business. You're playing business. You're not in business, because you don't even understand the first step of being in business. Your banking, your financing, your capital is dependent upon some basic things. Email address, business phone number, not a cell phone number, office, not your house. Like, if you can't get out the gate right, you've done the worst thing. You've made yourself a target, and you've made it clear that you haven't done your homework. You're not prepared for the big league. You're running a hustle. And again, that's your choice. But if you knew better, you would possibly do better. But to me, I realized that if you're not investing your time in gaining knowledge and insights, then you're choosing to produce what it is you're producing. And guess what? The system is benefiting from your ignorance. So they're not invested in changing it, because you're making a whole bunch of other folks' businesses very wealthy, and they appreciate you for that, because you're doing it for free. You're not even getting an affiliate kickback. It's like, wow.
We could go on and on and on. I mean, this is so very important. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. So tell us how people can learn more about your brands. Let's go there.
Sure. So Zenoverse Wellness Group is ZENOVERSE wellnessgroup.com. You can go to the website and learn about Zenoverse Wellness Group there. I have another brand that's 420 Wellness Jamaica. Again, that's for the segment that's interested in learning more about cannabis and psilocybin for, again, medicinal uses. I mean, you could be interested for recreational, but our focus, again, is around medicinal outcomes. And then 420 Wellness Shop. We have some Black Friday promotions. We offer some of the med tech, some of our tinctures, tonics, and tools that we use to transform your body. And then, of course, my Organic Farmers Global, which is my social impact initiative, where we're looking to have our farmers participate in a global marketplace and offer better options using food as medicine to help heal those who are interested. Not everybody's interested. Listen, I'm not mad. I am not mad, but just that select few of top performers, the GOATs out there. The GOATs, we got you. Everybody else, keep doing what you're doing.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Audrey, for your amazing presentation and for being on Black Business Network today. We so appreciate your wisdom and your work. And for all of us out there, just know that genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start all new beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Ty app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayty.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our brave blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Black Business Olympics. I am Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. I am your business moderator for this portion of the network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm going to be doing a presentation called Overcoming Investor Objections to Raise Capital. That will follow this presentation. So for you guys, I want you to think about it. Hold on to this concept. Genius is common, and I will see you throughout this presentation. So here we go. So the reason that I wanted to share this presentation is those of you that may not have been here earlier, I guess I should give you a little bit of my background. As I mentioned, I'm Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. I'm the CEO and founder of Zeniverse Wellness Group, which is a global wellness organization that provides MediSpa-Tels. And MediSpa-Tels is an asset class of properties that marries your traditional sort of hotel with wellness elements. And it's something that I conceived. I'm a real estate developer. Before being a real estate developer, I was a CEO of an advertising and marketing communications agency where I delivered strategies to traditionally Fortune 500 organizations that were either looking to address a B2C, business to consumer, or B2C, business to business issues. And many of those issues were around understanding their customers, customer shifts, because customers are not ever fixed. Customers change. And so without having the appropriate data on what your customers are thinking or experiencing about your business or your brand, then oftentimes you find organizations that fail to meet those customer needs or try to transition themselves to a different market position that's different than the value proposition that they've promised, and then they find themselves lost. And those are organizations that you soon see going out of business signs posted on. And it doesn't mean that that is limited to small businesses. We've recognized large businesses that make mistakes, and those are mistakes that I call leadership mistakes, because it's the leadership team that really understands or should understand their market, understand who their customers are. But enough about that. Today, what we're going to focus on is if it is that you've thought about, hey, I think I have the type of business where I can raise capital, but you've not done it before and you don't understand, what you might experience. The presentation that I want to share with you is how you both understand the objections that you might face when you begin to speak to investors and really be able to respond from the context that the investors are looking for. So the very first conversation, the very first concern when you're talking about a business is the business needs to really have a scalable market opportunity. Scalable means that it needs to be a large enough venture that if you take in outside investor capital, that you can not only repay that capital, but you can produce a return on investment. And again, depending upon the type of investor, that informs the type of return that the investor is expecting, because the investor oftentimes is not investing their individual resources. If you're dealing with institutional investors or venture capitalists or other structured organizations, hedge funds, private equity funds, all of those organizations are operating under a business thesis that they use to raise the capital. So they have a business plan. And that business plan informs the capital that they've procured, what type of return they've promised their investors. And so naturally, it also is built upon the sectors that they're going to invest in. It addresses the risk that they're willing to take, which means the phase, the stage of the business's development that they're willing to invest in, and also what they're expecting to see in terms of outcome. What is the season of their investment in those particular organizations? So what you want to think about, the first thing that they want you to understand, and you need to be able to nail this, is an objection comes across as the market you're targeting is too small or doesn't seem to offer significant growth potential. What the investor is saying is that they're worried about their return on investment. They want to understand the total addressable market. It doesn't appear to be large enough to support a scalable business. So they're really interested in understanding what is the true market size and growth potential. Now, there are extremes because people will come in and say, for example, I operate in the global wellness sector. The global wellness sector, the entire global wellness sector, is over $8.2 trillion and growing by $1 trillion annually over the next 3 years are the projections. My company will not capture $1 trillion in growth. So what I'm asked to communicate to an investor is we see that that is a huge market. So it has a lot of opportunity for growth. But what is the total addressable market that my particular organization is being structured to address? And what type of results, what type of return on investment will my organization produce in its niche market, in its overall larger market? So that's the very first thing that you, as the leader, the CEO, the founder, the co-founder, your executive team, you must nail this. Don't again say, oh, well, it's $1 trillion market. Yeah, but you won't get all of it. You won't even get a percentage of it, a 1% of it. You will get an increment of a percentage of that. So be realistic, right? And understand the market. In the good old days when I was part of a VC fund out of Newport Beach, we would see folks literally ball up the paper and want to throw it at the presenter for, coming in and talking about how they were going to take $5 and they were going to turn that $5 into $5 billion. And it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. And so get off the stage and get off the room, duck and dodge, because we're about to start throwing things at you because you've wasted our time, right? And investors have become impatient and oftentimes suffer from, I think, an adult version of ADD, just as a result of not only hearing a zillion business plans, but knowing more about your business than you do. So obviously, don't make that mistake. Don't waste people's time by not doing your homework. Before I step in a room, before I take a call, I understand who the investor, what the organization is, what is their business thesis, what stage of investment, what is their sphere of investment, what is their sphere of influence, who have they invested in already, what have been the outcomes of those investments, are any of those businesses in spaces that I occupy, are any of those businesses looking, feeling, and sounding like anything that I'm creating? Let's save each other a bunch of time, because one, I value my time. I was in an earlier segment where I talked about kissing frogs. Listen, I don't want to kiss any unnecessary frogs. Let me save myself the time, and let's save them the time, right? By trying to narrow down who are the investors that invest in the space that my business occupies. What type of returns does their business thesis require? Am I even on target? Am I talking to them at the right stage of development? What type of traction are they looking to see me have with my business before they're interested in engaging in a conversation with me? And so that then leads to the next thing when we talk about market traction. Oftentimes, that's conveyed to you with something like, I'm not convinced that there's a strong product market fit. What they're saying is just that. Is there really a product that is meeting the need and desires of the intended market? Is there sufficient evidence and demand? How is it that you can establish that there's interest and demand? Listen, I've had to struggle with that recently with my business, because as oftentimes people do, you can look at the data and you can misinterpret the data. I'll tell you when this happened before. Back in 2005, I was working with a group, and we were doing reposition strategies for apartment buildings. And it was the same time that everyone and their mother was sort of hot on Las Vegas. So every other week when I flew to Vegas, I said, man, there's so much energy at John Wayne Airport. Valet parking is just, off the chains. Everybody's got their plans under their arm, either flying in for a day trip. I would fly in every other week, either for a day trip or a week trip. And then I remember attending one of the kind of marketing business development events. And at that event, they were sharing some of the data. And so the data was like, oh my goodness, 5,000 people a month are moving to Las Vegas, So everybody and their mother was proposing and marketing a luxury condo project. These projects often started at a minimum of $1 million. And I'm sitting there in the room going, wait a minute. These 5,000 people moving to Vegas aren't moving here to buy no $1 million property. These are people that sold what they had because they could buy a house in Vegas and get a favorable advantage. They were coming to a market where they were going to get a job at a casino. They're not coming to buy $1 million penthouse that's being produced by the casino. Like, what? But anyway, we executed our business plan. And what we did was we purchased underperforming apartment buildings, and then I subdivided and converted them to condos. And turned out that all of those multi-million-dollar projects ended up bankrupt. We were able to thrive because, unfortunately, the demand began to drive up the prices. So single family homes became out of reach for most of those people that were looking to Vegas to buy a home. Now they were priced out of buying a home. So what they could buy was a condo conversion, because that's now where their dollars had value. So again, you can misread the data. And oftentimes when you see outcomes that are inconsistent with the data, it's because somebody misread the data and made a decision that proved to be, a dog that wouldn't hunt, right? All right. The next thing that often comes up when you're raising capital is an investor may say, there seems to be a lot of competitors in the space. How do you plan to differentiate your business in the marketplace? And so the investor is really saying, we haven't seen how you describe your particular niche or your particular market position and how you plan to capture interest of an audience. And so that's a very tricky one, because oftentimes many entrepreneurs have not done their homework. So they don't know the market. They have not spoken with customers. And for some reason, there's this kind of craziness about understanding competitors. You must understand the competitive landscape, because think about it. If it is, you're not yet in the marketplace and you believe there's a marketplace. If there is a true need, the customers are already having that need met by someone, right? So it's either there's an existing marketplace and they are having their needs met by the existing options that are existing in the marketplace, or you believe that the market is expanding and there's going to be new people that are entering the marketplace and they haven't yet voted for who it is they're going to do business with. So they're open. This would be a case, an example where, say, for example, you have a car dealership and you notice that every year there are so many new drivers that get a driver's license, right? They turn 18 and because they're getting, or 16, if that's the legal requirement in the state. So these are new drivers who don't have a car yet. Now, a portion of those new drivers may inherit a vehicle that another family member passed down. Many of them are going to get a used vehicle. But what I noticed many moons ago, I would say at least 2 decades ago, is car manufacturers began to be really smart about this, especially one of my favorites that really understood this market, I would say better than others, was BMW. BMW began to introduce some of their lower entry-level products in the US market so that they could really come into the market and be competitive with what were considered other sort of options that a new buyer, a new driver might select. But they felt that it was more valuable to introduce their brand to you, say at a 1 series level or a 3 series level, with the hopes that as you fell in love with the brand, as your station along your lifestyle journey, your employment, your advancement journey, as that continued to evolve, then you would continue to just level up in terms of the brand's portfolio of offerings, because they wowed you from the beginning. They built that ultimate customer relationship with you. So you became a loyalist to the brand. And so that's saying that I'm investing in the relationship with this customer so that I can then have a long time, brand relationship with this particular customer. And so again, that is a business decision because others enter the same idea. But as I said, one of the major car manufacturers in particular, I'm not going to name names, but they introduced what I call the Ken and Barbie version of their lower points. And I'm telling you, if you've ever experienced one of their higher price vehicles, to get into one of their Ken and Barbie versions, it was like a waste of time and waste of money. So they didn't understand the importance. And again, that decision eventually came back to bite them because they didn't have this type of quality and experience, and customers didn't necessarily advance up. Customers ended up opting out, and that gave other brands an opportunity to gain new customers just because of the failure of delivering some level of brand satisfaction. The next thing that investors want to know, and they really want to know this, is how will the business make money? The revenue model that you've illustrated doesn't appear to be clear or compelling. And so it's important to recognize that the skepticism is about, is your business model viable? And guess what? Every business is operating under some type of business model. Different business models produce different outcomes. And so you see, sadly, trends of people, right now, investors, new technology. So you have new shiny object investments, anything AI. There are certain groups of folks who will throw dollars at anything AI just because, okay? And they know that they're going to lose a lot of money, but they have money that they're willing to throw, darts at those ideals, because here's the other side. Investors are willing to take a risk sometimes in a space that they believe in, because they realize that even if the investment doesn't pan out, they're going to gain certain intellectual understanding about the market. They're going to gain intellectual property in terms of going along that particular journey. And they're going to be able to take those experiences and those insights and improve their ability to invest in the next opportunity. The losses that they may have taken on the first set of investments, those are actually write-offs. So they still made money. They didn't lose. So there's a win-win that's going to be had, whether it is there's a return on investment that's accomplished, or if it's a paper loss that's taken, or a physical loss that's taken, right? It's helping to offset earnings from other categories of having a diversified portfolio. So understanding that the business model and what tend to be the most successful business models in a particular segment, and what business models are viable in other segments that you can sort of create a hybrid version of, or cross-pollinate within to the business objective that you're creating. At the beginning, I opened up and I said that I created my own asset class. And people say, well, why did you come up with this Medi Spatel? And I said, it was for a couple of reasons. One, because I knew that I could own the intellectual property. I could own my asset class. It's my own program and design. It's my own execution of a business ideal, of a physical space that's not only a physically designed space, but a programming of how I choose to program these particular environments to produce certain outcomes. So again, I usually begin with the end in mind, but I also was thinking about who is it that I wanted to offer this product to, and what is the profile of that person, those persons, those organizations. I'm looking for high performers, top type A personalities, the GOATs out there, the GOATs across industry. Doesn't matter what sector they're in. They're the GOATs. They're not the folks that are looking to cheat, to get by anybody. They're not the mediocre folks. They're not the just over broke folks. These are the top performers that understand that if you're going to be the top of the food chain, how you do anything is how you do everything. So how you care for your well-being, if you are your most valuable asset, you're going to invest more in you than you do in things that are replaceable. You're irreplaceable. There's a different mentality between sort of the just over broke folks and the high performers. We've had this conversation. I've had this conversation in other settings talking about LeBron James and others, again, other GOATs that invest millions and millions of dollars in their most valuable asset, which is themselves, ensuring that their mind, their body, and their souls are nurtured at a certain level. Because there's a point that just physical ability is not enough. Everybody that's playing in the league are playing with a similar set of physical abilities. So what's the difference between excelling beyond physical abilities? That's when now you have to get into your mental game. And a certain mental game is what allows you to perform at the next level. What got you here won't get you there. So you make those investments. That's why most top performers have coaches, right? No matter what sector you're in, if you're a top CEO, you have a coach. Why? Because you're looking to level up from where it is you are. And we all have blind spots that we know are blind spots, and blind spots that we don't know are blind spots. So again, your potential investors are trying to understand what you get about that. And that sort of leads into the next thing, the traction and the milestones. Investors are trying to see, what type of proof of concept do you have? Do you have any user engagement? Is there any interest in what it is you're talking about? Do you have any preliminary revenue that validates that there is a business interest in what it is you're providing, and that you're able to begin to mitigate the risk? Because the goal is to develop along milestones. So the understanding is what's going to get you from 0 to $1 billion. There's going to be a bunch of steps along the way. Have you identified the first 5 steps? Forget about the $1 billion. That may be the ultimate outcome, but you don't eat an elephant one bite. You begin eating the elephant a little piece at a time. And it's the same thing with attacking a global business market, because several things are going to happen. If you've come up with an idea that has merit and you believe you're entering a space that has limited competition, well, guess what? Others are watching. So the second that you prove that what you've introduced is viable, you've now created new competitors who are going to create knockoffs or try to do brand impersonations. They're going to follow your lead because you're never going to own 100% of a market. So don't even plan to think that otherwise you've created a new blind spot. And investors are looking for that type of sort of lack of market understanding. Competition begets competition, and that's a good thing. So you have to have something more than just a pricing strategy or something more than just being the new shiny object today, because that's not going to get you to your next milestone tomorrow. And so this becomes then the next question. Who is the team? What team have you decided to assemble? What is their particular experience, background, and what have they done to demonstrate that they have the ability to execute on the vision that you have, the business plan that you're putting forth? And this is, again, where a lot of inexperienced entrepreneurs fail. It's not the idea. The idea has no value. Ideas are less than a dime a dozen. Ideas are not it. It's all about the execution. There have been many great ideas poorly executed over and over again. And this is not limited to small businesses. We've seen large companies make the same mistake because employees are the folks who execute on the business plans. And if it is that you have, certain cultural environments that foster, internal fiefdoms and all kinds of, distractions to proper execution. And if you lose sight of those things, I always come back to, it's a problem of the leaders. It's a problem of the leadership. When you see a company fail, it's a lack of leadership. Listen, when I seen any business that I've been a part of struggle, and they struggle, especially in the beginning, when you're attempting to communicate something that you see, your ability to communicate and enroll your team of stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders, in that particular vision comes down to you both understanding what you see through your lens and how far you can bring them along. So if it is you have an inexperienced team and the gap between bringing them along to where you are is great, is too significant, there are times that you can't afford to educate someone because you're at too critical of a stage within your organization. We had this happen with Zeniverse last week. I had to terminate an internship because I realized that the level of skill that the intern brought to the organization was too rudimentary. Although the education seemed that it was advanced and an advanced degree, a master's, but his understanding of his role and how he delivered and managed his work, there was a huge gap between having a master's degree and how he performed in terms of taking on responsibilities, communicating those responsibilities, leading and managing a project. So there was a significant gap, and we don't have the time right now at this stage. We are only able to really deal with A players. So I had to take away the time that our team had been committing, to the internship and say, it's not worth our time. We can't. We must find A players, and we must lean into those A players with opportunities so that we can execute our business plans, because we're at a very critical stage along our life cycle. Later, we may have the capacity to train and develop some folks. That's not the opportunity that we have at this stage. So then it becomes to, after that, not only how you get the initial traction, but how will you scale your business? Because this is about building capacity. And so you really have to understand, how will you build rapidly? And that's the stage that we're at. In order to build rapidly, I cannot have a bunch of folks who don't understand, who've never been on the plate. Think about it. You're going to the Super Bowl. Do you want a bunch of rookies who've never been to the Super Bowl? You're going to the NBA playoffs. Do you want a bunch of rookies who've never been to the playoffs? Or do you want the team of seasoned players to lead your team to the playoffs? Because they've been there before. They've had to deal with the emotional requirements of being there. They played under the level of intensity, because you're now playing against the best of the best of the best. You've eliminated all of the so-called, mediocre folks or the good folks along the way. Now you've gotten down to the finals, where it's a battle between the best of the best, right? And so you need to have your A players, your GOATs on the team. That's why when the countries compete in the Olympics, who do they pick? They make up a dream team of players. They make up a dream team of athletes. It's the same thing in business. You want to have a dream team of the best folks, the folks that have the resumes, the experience, the capabilities to play as a team when the team is under pressure, to know how to pivot quickly. The organizations where I've been an effective leader, as I said, that my team understands the strategy so innately that we're operating like a fist. I don't have to say it. I can walk in and they're already boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm saying? They're thinking your thoughts. They're finishing your sentence before you even state it, because they understand where they need to be. It's why I think I've always been fascinated when I watch basketball. I love it when I see a player run across the court and he throws the ball behind his back, but he knew exactly where that ball was going. And guess what? The player that was ready to receive it knew exactly. They didn't even have to look at one another, but they already knew that this was the play that we were going to make, and they play it seamlessly. And that's really what you have to think about in business. It's that type of evidence in business that you need to be able to deliver. The next thing, your financial projections and your use of funds. Your financial projections are unrealistic, or it's unclear how you plan to allocate the funds. Again, this is another area where most entrepreneurs make a mistake. They go out looking for capital and they do not understand, one, how to source capital. They're using equity for things that they should be using debt for. So you're wasting money, you're wasting time, and they're going to the wrong capital sources. They're putting their money in retail banks. So again, there's so many mistakes before you even get out of bed, you've made the first 10 mistakes to put your business on a path to failure, instead of a path to success. And you don't even realize, and that's the part, you don't even realize it, but anybody experienced in business that's making an investment, they're not in love with what it is you're producing. They're in love with, can you produce a return on my investment? I'm only interested in putting my money someplace where it's going to produce a return on my investment. I'm not concerned with how you make the bottles. I'm not interested in the details. Will those details produce a return on investment? That's my interest. So you need to understand how to speak to that. In the financials that you're developing, you need to understand layered capital strategies, the money that you need today. You need to understand the difference between using cash from operations and what that means as an impediment to your business growth. Yes, I've heard people say, I've been in business 30 years. I never got any debt. Great, you created a job. And sadly, you will not have any value when you try to sell your job. Nobody's paying you for your job. Sorry, you wasted 30 years of your life, but you kept a job. Okay, you kept yourself employed, but you didn't create sustainable wealth because nobody's going to buy your job. People want to invest in a business, and a business must have systems that can predictably produce profits, and systems that still have opportunity for additional market. Or have you been running a business for 30 years and it's become obsolete because you didn't bother to invest in improvements? If you stand where you are, you will be run over eventually. It just happens that way. Next, there are significant legal and regulatory hurdles that you haven't addressed. I had somebody talk to me about their business, and they were explaining to me that they understood all of these different structures. And I'm like, yeah. The legal structure is the legal structure for the business. The legal structure is not the business. What is the business? It's like, oh, well, I'm going to do a LLC and I'm going to incorporate this. It's like, what? What is the business? What makes money? The legal structure is how you're holding the set of activities. But that legal structure by itself does not produce or become a business. You must have a business that then is structured according to, oh, I'm going to do this. And it's like, I want to do this business. Well, legally, you can't hold that business in that type of entity because it requires a license, and the contracting organization that issues the license will not allow you to hold that license in that type of entity. So now if you get in front of somebody that understands the business that you're talking about, then you really demonstrate that you don't understand. You're not even ready for first base. So you have a lot of work to do to be prepared to have a conversation and engage, and you got to do the right homework. Stop getting caught up on the surface and wanting to sound good. Understand what it requires to develop the true knowledge. And the next point, the exit strategy. What is your exit strategy? I don't see a clear path for exit for the investors. The investors are not interested in having their money be in your business indefinitely. They want a return on their investment. So you must have a way that that money is going to enter your business, but more importantly, how are you going to get that money out of your business? Paying the investor back, is that going to tank your business? Then you're not a good investment. Do you have a recapitalization strategy? What do you have? How do you plan to get the investors' money and their return out of the business? And when does that happen? Is that a 3 to 5 year horizon? Is that a 5 to 7 year horizon? Is that a 7 to 10 year horizon? Typically, it's not going to be longer than that. If you're dealing with, a VC, a fund that has a 10-year maturity date, that's probably going to be the farthest in the future in terms of an equity play that you're going to see in your venture. Sure, they can choose to reinvest, but they first want to have a cycle where they've completed an investment and received a return on that investment, and then have the option of choosing to reinvest in your business. So we talked about the legal, the hurdles, the exit strategy. Do you have defensible IP? Do you have a technological edge? This is where you start talking about how you plan to protect your innovations and maintain a competitive advantage. What type of intellectual property do you have? So when you heard me mention about the reason that I codified not only the asset class that my business is creating, but I also codified our various treatment protocols. I have an IP portfolio. That the IP portfolio not only continues to be expanded and built upon, but it's an IP and branding portfolio that's being designed to create value. And that value will have value in the marketplace because we're investing in creating that value. The last objection is it the right time for this product or service? And so the investor is trying to establish, is the market ready? Are you too early? Are you too late? Where do you fit in the marketplace? Now, I'm telling you, I've experienced this. The wellness resorts, a few people say, oh, well, that seems to be new. No, it's not. I was looking at telemedicine and diversifying my experience, my offerings as a real estate developer back in 2010 when the financial markets collapsed around housing. And I noticed that my expertise centered on mixed use. And what I had mastered were doing commercial mixed use development that included high density residential assets, so luxury apartments, again, condo conversions. I'm not a single family housing developer. Sure, I could be, but that would be like watching paint dry or somebody scratching their nails on a chalkboard for me. I would just pull my hair out if I had to do single family. That's just not me. There's a difference between the pacing, the challenging, and the demand of being able to go vertical, which is my expertise. But I also looked around, and what I noticed was, demographically speaking, again, remember, I was a strategist before I was a real estate developer. And I noticed that migration patterns, the aging of the population, created different sets of opportunities. But more importantly, I studied companies like Procter & Gamble that built their entire portfolio of offerings off of the life cycle of the baby boomers. And they began following World War II. And they looked at the migration patterns as transportation began to be available and how transportation began to expand through the railroads. And then housing communities were developed, and then roads, and then vehicles and gasoline infrastructure. Okay, so understanding how infrastructure is developed and allocated then informs what becomes the economic hubs in a particular community. You must have places for people to be educated and employed. And within those places, then that requires demand for other things like housing. And so as a real estate developer, if I create places where people live, work, or play, or a little bit of all of those three, then, those are the particular segments that I occupied. I decided that I wanted to add another element. I wanted to add healing. I wanted to create holistic environments where people could live, heal, work, and play. And so that began me thinking about how I might enter a wellness space. But I was honest. I didn't want to do hospitals. I wasn't interested in the hospitals. Like, I don't even like hospitals, so I don't want to go to a hospital. So then I started thinking about my own life cycle and saying, where would I want to be if I got the opportunity to create a place for me, for my ideal experience 60 years from now? Where do I want to hang out? And I started creating, this idea of, I want to be rocking away with some folks that want to rock away too, having the most fun we could possibly have, not apologizing for any of our positions, not needing to justify any of our opinions, but having the best time. Places that encouraged healing and happiness, that fueled longevity. Those were the places that I decided that I wanted to experience. And I wanted those places to be all over the world. I don't want to be limited to one place. And so I also decided that I wanted to be mobile and able to have all of my mental faculties to be able to enjoy those things. So I thought about what type of lifestyle choices had I made to this point, and what lifestyle choices did I need to make going further? Because again, what got you here will not get you there. And that was, I had to accept that I didn't have any control over the environments that I occupy, to the degree that I can't control the food supply. So I can't control the crap that used to be real food that's now synthetic food, genetically modified food. And I can't control that. So unless I plan to try to grow a farm, and which you can at home, but guess what? I'm still dealing with the water. I'm still dealing with the environment. I'm still dealing with the toxins that are in the environment. I'm still living in buildings that are built by folks that will, substitute good products for toxic products. So I decided that I needed to create the places that I wanted to spend my life. And again, that's not for everyone. But I realized after doing research, there was a certain set of folks that would be interested in what it is that I'm interested in as well. And that it was important for me to identify and to resonate with those folks, because those are the folks. And so I remember I was walking on the beach, 7 Mile Beach in the Grill, about 3 years ago. And this couple walked up to me and asked me, "Who are you?" I said, I'm Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, CEO of Zeniverse Wellness. And so I started telling them, like, oh my gosh, we're here from Europe. We come every year from Europe. We love that. This is exactly what we love. We would love to see this concept in Jamaica, and it's not here. And I said, that's what I thought. Thank you for validating. Said, no, it's not here. Everybody's trying, but they're not succeeding. They've got a piece of it. They got a portion of it, but they're not truly understanding what an immersive experience produces. But we come from Europe. We come from, traveling to other places of the world where wellness is really a cultural thing. It's not something that people wake up tomorrow and decide, oh, let me go and take a pill. And no, it's a lifestyle. So we understand what these lifestyle choices and spaces and experience look like. That's why when you study blue zones, we have long life. It's not because we don't, experience food. We do. It's just pure food. It's real food. It's what you used to have. So those were the spaces that I decided that I wanted to create. Not because it was just based upon my interests, but it was because I recognized that there was a market opportunity of buyers, of consumers that want to experience these same places that I'm creating. And so when you're thinking about how it is you respond while raising capital, it's important to have evidence. You need data. You need testimonials. You need case studies to support the particular claims that you're going to be making about market size, about growth, about product market fit. And oftentimes, these are those investments. These are the things that, like I explained to people, if you're building a house, a single story house, the foundation is not that deep to build a single story house. You could see slab on grade homes. All right. But if you're building a high rise, the foundation that's required for the high rise, you're going to go deep, subterranean, before you ever get to the podium level, because the type of infrastructure that's required to sustain a high rise is all in the foundational work. So you're investing in those reports and studies. There are companies that produce these studies. These studies and reports cost thousands of dollars. So if you're an inexperienced entrepreneur and you're thinking that you can write a business plan based on your knowledge, well, you've already failed, because that's not what's going to be accepted. You need to invest in some real market data. That costs money to acquire, because the firms that conduct those studies, they sell those studies to businesses, to real organizations that understand the importance in procuring those studies. You need to be able to clearly articulate your unique value proposition and how it will set you apart from the competitors, and how you plan to continue to distinguish your business in the marketplace. What is the position that it's going to occupy? You need to be able to highlight any particular proof of your points. Do you have any traction? Are there any users engaged? Do you have any prospective partnerships? Do you have any potential revenue? How can you begin to demonstrate your business viability? Those are the things that you want to create and be able to document and be able to articulate in these conversations. Next, you want to lean into your team. Who are the players that you've been able to align with your vision? What type of experience, expertise, and past successes does your team collectively bring to your organization? This is all to build credibility. If you've watched the story, they call them now the PayPal Mafia, but the group that were involved, they have gone on to support one another's subsequent ventures, and they've gone on to create subsequent ventures successfully, because they understood the importance of being able to lean into a certain set of team that's been able to effectively work together, but more importantly, execute on the business plans. You must understand the financials. You have to know, what are your costs to produce your particular product or service solution? What are the margins that you have baked into your ability to not only execute on that business plan, but more importantly, what money are you reinvesting in continuing to build that business? Because again, it's not built overnight, it's built over a period of time. And so you want to continue to invest in ongoing improvement. There was a book that I read very early in my career by Philip Crosby called Quality is Free. He said, do it right the first time. But oftentimes, you don't know what doing it right the first time looks like because things are not fixed. You have dynamic markets, you have dynamic customers, you have dynamic variables that all influence the outcomes of your business plans that are being executed. So doing it right the first time, it may have been right to do X. Doing it right the first time now may require X, Y, and a little bit of Z might be in research and development, because that might be the next ingredient that you need to add to continue to do it right. You must understand that business, as in life, has risk. What are the risks that you identify, and how do you plan to mitigate those risks? Because there's going to be, again, in business, there are going to be things that you can anticipate, and there are going to be things that you can't. Nobody wants you to fail on the things that you could have anticipated. I mean, come on. It's expected that you should anticipate that it's going to cost you more, it's going to take you longer to get market traction. Plan for that. Plan for that. That's a reality. It costs money to raise money. It costs money to start a business. Plan for that. If you find yourself in a community, and this was a hard pill to swallow myself, I found myself in a community that I realized it's not the community that's able, interested, or, whatever is making a decision to invest in what it is that I'm bringing forth to the marketplace. And as much as I thought, man, that really, is sad because this really could benefit them, I had to kind of remind myself, who were the people that came up to you and was interested in wanting to be part of what it was you were creating? Well, they identified themselves as being from Europe. Stop speaking to people that have not identified themselves as interested in what it is you're offering. They're just not. No harm, no foul. Again, stop kissing frogs that are never going to turn into a prince. You're just wasting time. Who has time for that? I don't have time for that. Kiss at least some frogs that really have some potential to be interested in what it is you're offering. That's what you have to do. And lastly, understanding the exit. If it is you've created a business that has value, then you also need to be thinking about who would be interested in leveraging that value, because you want to have a plan potentially to exit or some way to transition so that you can realize the benefit from your investments. So are you building a business that you want to take public? Are you building a business that would be acquired by a bigger player? What are you looking to do? Understanding that exit potential, because that's where you are able to realize the full value. Think of it. If you buy a house and you want that house to appreciate, you're going to invest in that house under the period of time that you own it, so that either you can pass that value on to your family, or you can liquidate that value and again receive the benefits of that value that you've created, so that you can then repurpose those assets, that liquidity, those, the currency that you've created into other sources. So understanding that there's a necessity for liquidity is always something to keep in mind. So with that, guys, I hope that I've given you a great overview of some key elements about thinking about starting and scaling a business and a venture. And I will conclude with, it was my great opportunity to share this information with you. I hope that this is helpful for you in addressing investor objections. And I will see you, as I say, genius is common, and I will see you again on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development, to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
I'm Kennedy.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith. The NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land, a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Okay, here we go. Hi, good afternoon, business and entrepreneurs from all over the world. My name is Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business and a network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers that have been featured from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, you are in for a treat. I am going to be conducting a fireside chat with Dr. Lotus Ritchie. Dr. Lotus Ritchie is a dynamic CEO, international speaker, and best-selling author and certified life coach committed to igniting personal and professional development and transformation worldwide. As the CEO of Lotus Ritchie Ignites and co-founder of the Women Reach Out with God initiative in Nigeria, she is a global civility ambassador and advocate for meaningful change. We'll have to dig into the meaningful change because change management is something, okay? With certifications in trauma intervention, DISC training, suicide prevention, Dr. Lotus empowers individuals to discover their gifts and reach their highest potential. Her expertise in technology, social media marketing, and video creation equips entrepreneurs to build thriving businesses while elevating their brands. A Guinness World Record holder and ordained elder, Dr. Lotus combines innovation, compassion, and strategic vision to inspire success across industries. So you are in for a treat as she and I join in on this particular conversation. So please, without any further ado, welcome Dr. Lotus Ritchie to the stage. Hey, doctor, how you doing today?
I am so well. If I were any better, I'd tell two of you the same thing that I would be telling two of me. How you doing today?
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful. Well, I'm so excited and looking forward to sharing this conversation with you. It's great and it's informative. But you know, a couple things that I noticed in your bio that I think are really key. I shared a comment. This time of the year is really a time of the year that people struggle with a lot of things. And one of the things that I caught was your suicide prevention work, as well as helping people heal from trauma. So although we're going to get into a certain set of questions, I just want to kind of briefly touch on maybe your thoughts about how we might encourage someone who's struggling during this season.
One of the first things that I would say, Dr. Audrey, is that it's very important to understand that this season is one of the highest seasons throughout the year where people suicide. Oftentimes we have Thanksgiving celebrations, we have Christmas celebrations, and then we have New Year's celebrations. And a lot of times families come together. And oftentimes you don't know what your individual family member is facing when they're not in the family setting. And so then they go away to their own private lives after the big celebrations, and then they're by themselves. Now, not just your family. What about your coworkers? Your coworkers also face the same thing. We often have a lot of company celebrations, and they're just wonderful, and it's great to be in the midst of everyone. But oftentimes they go home, many of which live alone. And so any type of stress that they're facing, anxiety, and or feelings of abandonment, they're left to deal with them by themselves. In addition to that, don't think for one moment just because you live in a household with someone that they're not experiencing stress, anxiety, and sometimes they're feeling feelings of abandonment as well. Why? Because they're not coming together as a whole, as a family. Too many of us, we get home after a long day's work, or many of us are working home and we're working in an isolated environment, like we have offices within our homes. So we're isolated. But we need to remember that isolation is not the key. Check on that person who you might think is living alone, or even if they have a busy day and they're doing so much for so many, they may need to know that you love them and that you care. So, Dr. Audrey, one of the first things I would say is make sure you truly connect. It's got to be about more than that, just connecting on these major days. After this holiday is over, call them. Go by and visit these folks that you saw or did not see at events, and keep the joy of the season alive all year round.
Oh, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And I think that's a perfect segue into the opening of our conversation. So tell me a little bit more. What inspired you in the beginning to start Lotus Ritchie Ignites, and what does the company represent to you?
The Lotus Ritchie Ignites Corporation was actually created after I spent a couple of years working in Japan with the Department of Defense, servicing our military personnel, and I'm a Navy woman myself as well. And so it was really a great honor for me to be working with the Department of Defense, working with people who had substance use disorders and mental illness. And what I learned while I was over there was that people just needed to ignite their lives and ignite their business. So when my time in Japan was over, I came back to the United States, and I'll never forget this. I was having a conversation with the bishop, the pastor rather, but now the bishop, Bishop Sandra. And what I talked to her about was, she said, Dr. Lotus, what do you want for your business? And it wasn't Dr. Ben, right? But she said, what do you want for your business? Because I said, I have to start my business here. I've already had coaching clients in Japan that I was working with, but I needed to do something here in the United States to help people. And she said, what does your business stand for? And so, of course, I had such passion for my purpose. And I said, you know, Dr. Brooks, I want to have a business that helps people to dig deep down inside of themselves and bring out all the wonderful things about themselves that they are purposed to have in this world and share this with people. I want them to be able to ignite and take flight in every area of their life. And so Lotus Roche Coaching and Consulting, also Lotus Roche Ignites, took flight. And that's how it got started. And since then, I've been working with Fortune 500 corporations, celebrities, non-celebrities, people all around the world, helping to coach them with transformative strategies to turn their dreams really into their reality.
And so that's really great. When we think about it, it's you were influenced not only by your global travels and influences, but also realized the ability to connect, or the opportunity to connect that global experience to back to, you know, your American roots and experiences. You know, when you think about that, the globalization has morphed more so at an ever increasing pace. How does those continued transitions, transformations, and even additional communities that are now enrolled in this whole globalization, every time we turn around, there's a new community that has been now added to the conversation and added to the possibilities. How does that inform not only your business continue growth and expansion, but just even your thoughts about your initial decisions, but where you see that continuing to grow forward?
Let me first say this. I think that one of the primary things that helped me to do and become who I am, and as I'm still becoming, is a great contributory to those that have gone before me, my mother, my father, my ancestors, but also those who I've had the pleasure to partner with and to gain mentorship from. And people like Les Brown and even our illustrious, I call him the phenomenal Dr. Kelly. Dr. Kelly taught me and teach so many millions around the world that about our value. And I always say this, if you don't value your value, then your value has no value. And that's something that he has shared. And I don't say it the way he says it. I kind of put my own spin on it because that's what he gave to me, to value myself. He told me one time, he said, Dr. Lotus, you are in the business of hookup. You cannot hook people up. You have to provide your services. You have to know your value. This is what you need to be charging. And so as we see more people coming on board in this global smorgasbord of business, we learn that value is the key. And so we have to value our value and provide value on top of value so that those that are following us and even those that are guiding us understand that it's about value. One of my mentors, Alex Hermosi, he talks about value and creating just offers that people would feel foolish not to accept. And so every day I focus on creating value offers that people would be foolish to forget or not accept. Just like being here on the Black Business Network. We'd be foolish not to be here on the Black Business Network, especially people of color, because this network has a vast array of platforms that it streams to make sure our stories get out in ways that we can't do by ourselves. And so back to what you were saying, we've got all of these things coming about. This is the platform where we need to be coming together so that our visions, our word, our works, our products, our services can go out. Like Dr. Maya Angelou said, she said that she comes like as one standing, but she is representing the 10,000s basically. And so when we come together, no matter what arena we're in, we have to remember although we may show up in one body, we can represent millions. And I
Okay,
think
so
it's a critical part.
yes, but there's two things that you touched on. One, when you talk about value, I was listening to a story. We're talking about the talents
Yes.
and how people often misunderstand, misinterpret what talents are. We're all given talents to
Exactly.
begin. And what do you choose to do? Do you choose to bury those talents in the soil or bury them and allow them to be hidden? Or do you choose to understand that you need to cultivate? You need to put those talents out there at risk and take a chance on those talents. You need to figure out where they can be further developed and nurtured and where the opportunities are to share those talents. And you're right. Black Business Network, the vision behind Dr. Kelly with this platform, allowing a diverse set of voices and experiences and expertise to be shared and profiled is it's sad to say it's really groundbreaking,
Yes, it
because
is.
when you look around and you think about it, where else do you see this level of experience and expertise
Mhm.
being featured and showcased? So yeah, definitely in agreement there. But taking that a little bit further, you deal with a lot of entrepreneurs that see the technology, but may or may not be exploiting the technology to the fullest level possible. The technology presents a lot of opportunities. You know, I asked you the question about globalization. I can now do business with someone anywhere on the planet if they have access to technology. I have a show that I do with a gentleman who's been traveling. He's actually from Belgium. He was in London when we started the show. We've done a version of the show where he's in the Netherlands. He's on his way to the UAE. So again, it doesn't matter where his travels takes him, as long as he has access to viable Wi-Fi and he's willing to be awake, irrespective of the time zone, then we're able to produce our content and reach
Exactly.
additional markets. So how are you seeing not only the integration and opportunity, but more importantly, how are you advising entrepreneurs to really understand their technological strategies that and the impact and the ability to empower their businesses?
Thank you for asking that question. I want to hit on something that you said momentarily, a moment ago. Pardon me. You talked about talent, and I wanted to touch on that because a lot of times people don't feel like they have the talent or the educational aptitude to deal in these virtual spaces or to have globalization. So let's talk about talent. The dictionary says, the Oxford Dictionary, to be precise, says that talent is natural aptitude or skill. Okay. Talent is natural aptitude or skill. And earlier, I was at an award ceremony, and someone used something that I always say when they talk about the God energy inside, that God doesn't just call the qualified, but qualify the call. So, how does that work as it relates to globalization? You don't have to know everything about anything. My dad taught me that. So, there is an innate skill that you have inside, one that helps you to thrive and survive and to stay alive. And if you've watched many of the um, Black Business Network episodes, I've been on the episodes where I taught about dynamic global branding. See, your friend was able to connect with you because the walls that we built in our minds, that we were taught to have up in our mind, are really crumbling down. Now we understand that through the genius of virtual realities, through the genius of networking beyond what we once thought was a barrier to our skill or our innate talent, it's no more. Because with this globalization, I can be in Russia. I was just in Africa before I came on this broadcast. And right now, we are in, I would imagine, over 400,000 homes right now. See, the ability to embrace globalization through ensuring that we stay on point with learning how virtual platforms work, with learning how ChatGPT and all forms of AI work. This helps us to do a global handshake with people that we otherwise may not know, or that society has kept us from doing business with. One, because either we didn't have the finances, or because we were kept out as people of color, or we were kept out as women, or for many other reasons we were kept out. But now that's not the truth. If you have a computer, if you have a phone, if you have a iPad, right, you can be in almost any room that will avail itself to you. And so globalization, the old concept of what it used to be, is no more. Before we were shut out, but now it is so big. We can be in the room. We just have to take the opportunity in the time of the opportunity, like being on this program, where it allows us to do those handshakes worldwide.
Oh, absolutely. It's so interesting because I grew up, as a little bit of a techie. I'm from the Bay Area, so I remember going to UC Berkeley, building computers just in the summer, just because, right? And also deciding for myself that I wasn't going to be a techie, but that I was going to always use technology in
Right.
business, because I really wanted to be more engaged in business and processes. And it hasn't mattered what sector I've entered, but I've always been the one really willing to lean into what are the technologies that are necessary for what it is we're creating. So that makes me think about a couple things. I hear people say, I had a colleague, a couple of us, we were looking to do an interview, and the person was struggling, didn't want to be on video. How do you deal with entrepreneurs that are still, or even executives, that are a little bit concerned about how they present themselves in these various forums? I know you're mentoring different,
Yes.
coaching different executives. So how do you sort of frame not only the opportunity, but how do you help them sort of silence some of that self-talk that may be, contradicting the outcomes or making them more worried than they need to be?
Well, people succumb to what Mr. Les Brown said: false evidence appearing real. So one of the primary things that I help them to do is to get over this false evidence appearing real, because we are what we say we are, and we become what we speak about every day, day in and day out. So if we put fear in, if we surround ourselves with people who are fearful, then we take on those negative behaviors. So one of the first things that I do is I introduce them to my book, Harnessing Your Thoughts, Take the Reins, Control Your Life and Win. You can get it on Amazon. Why do I introduce them to my book? I introduce them to that book because, like the illustrious gentleman Napoleon Hill said, is that we have to think and grow rich. And everything starts with a thought. But in order for you to move into action, you have to harness that thought. You have to make it your own. You have to know that you have the right to think in abundance. You have the right to think that you are the head and not the tail. You have the right to believe that whether if you're a woman or you're a man, or if you're black or you're brown, wherever you come from, you may come from the lowest levels of poverty or the highest levels of excellence. You have to harness the thought that you are great enough, not good enough, but great enough to do, be, and go anywhere you want to go. And so that's why I take my book and I give them that book. The other thing is I lean on other well thought out people who lead people in a way that will help them be sustainable in their vocation. Even if, let me say this. There are so many leaders that you would not believe. They lead hundreds of thousands of people, but they have that fear They're fearful to stand up in front of someone. They're fearful to talk about their great ideas. They're fearful to say that they don't agree with this or that. And so in order to help them overcome that, I bring them into one of the Ignites programs. It's a 5-pillar process where we take them through that helps them to overcome their fear, to face their challenges. And we put them in rooms with people, just like people like you, those of you that's on this broadcast, who are strong, who are action takers, who are clear and concise about where they're going, and they've designed a strategy on how to get there, and we help them navigate that course, and we provide that support. Because Dr. Audrey, it's really hard when you're trying to do something and you feel like you're the only one. And so to our viewers, if you've ever felt like you're the only one, I want you to put a 2 in the comment. And wherever you're watching from, we're going to see that comment. If you ever felt like you're alone, put a 2 in the comment. Because Dr. Audrey, when people feel like they're alone and they don't have the support, they get stagnated, they get stopped, they get stuck. And so a part of what we do from the Lotus Richey Ignites program and other organizations that I partner with and collaborate with, we help them to gently walk out of that comfort zone into an uncomfortable zone so that they can be comfortable later on. Because if you want to do the things that bring you comfort, you have to deal in the moment of uncomfort to get you to the comfortable zone that a lot of other people will never experience because they're too afraid to walk that walk. And so those are just a few ways or concepts that we share with people. And then when they come into our programs and they spend time with us, we not only tell them the who and the what, we show them the how. And that's the biggest part, showing them the how and how to sustain it.
And so I noticed that you use tools. I use some of these same tools, DISC and other tools, to help people, first understand a little bit more about themselves so that they can really resonate with their particular value. Those types of tools allow you to take an exploratory look and to understand your management styles, your communication styles, the things that you kind of lean into more than other things. But the thing that you said about the 2, I believe that oftentimes I say, if you look around and you're in a group and the group, your fave 5, right?
Yep.
Your fave 5 will tell you pretty much what your life journey will produce. Now, if those fave 5, if you look at that life that you believe that they're producing, and that's not the life that you see, feel, or know is true for you, then you need to get a new 5.
That's right.
You need to get a new 5. You need to get in some new rooms, right?
Yep.
And sometimes when you go into a new room, it's not about being the person that's dominating the room. Sometimes it's being the person that's listening and learning in the room, and demonstrating to yourself that if it is that you're ready to advance, they say, once the student is ready, the teacher arrives. It's not the teacher arrives and then finds the student. The student shows up ready, and that creates a signal. So whatever it is you're seeking is seeking you too, but it begins with, I remember this, Dr. Lotus, earlier, young in my 20s, going through a real difficult transition in my business, and remembering that at that point, I kept thinking, well, you have to ask, seek, and find. Now, which part of this am I fumbling the ball on? And, sometimes we don't want to be honest with ourselves, but you have to be willing. And if you don't know, then you have to have some trusted advisors who can show not only the things that you don't know, but the things that you do know, because we all have blind spots. Having blind spots is not the problem. Is what do you do about those blind spots?
Exactly. And Paul Santisi shared with me a while back. He's an amazing thought leader. He said in one of his discussions that you don't know what you don't know. And you don't know it until someone tells you, hey, did you know this? And this is why it's so critical to have great mentors and leaders around you and in your circle that know more than you, that have traveled roads that you have not traveled yet. You know, just imagine this. You're going down the street and it's dark. Okay, it's dark. And you've not been down this road, but you've got somebody like Dr. Audrey in front of you, right? And you've got a Dr. Lotus on the side of you and a Dr. Kelly behind you and a It's Common on the other side of you. And we're walking down this street and you're right behind us, right? Or right in the center, right? You're right in the center and we're walking. And so Dr. Audrey is in front and the street, it's dark and you can't see anything. And Martin Luther King said, you don't have to see the whole way. You just have to be able to see 5 feet in front of you. But Dr. Audrey is in front of you for those 5 feet. And she's telling you, wait a minute. It's a pitfall here. And if you fall into it, your boots, your socks, especially some of us ladies, you got them beautiful pumps. You don't want them to get messed up. You got them wonderful shoes for a lot of our men. You don't want them floor shams to get messed up. And so she says, hold on. We're going to go to the right so we can go around this. This is why you have to have these great leaders and great mentors. And I always say great mentors need great mentors. In order for us to become great mentors, we have to be mentored by greatness so that we understand and we see what greatness looks like and also what it feels like, so we can pass that on to the next person that we're helping to pull along or to guide along, because we don't want to have to pull them along. Some people, you got to pull them. It's like pulling teeth, but we want to guide them to other levels of greatness.
Well, it's interesting because, of course, as a leader and, as past executive in other organizations, there were times, I started as an employee in somebody else's organization. And so what I learned very early on was how to evaluate good leadership and how to incorporate the elements of what a great leader demonstrated. And also, I learned probably even more from bad leaders, what I wanted to make sure that I didn't take on and bring into my existence as a leader. But I also was very intentional about being willing to invest. I remember when I was making the decision to go to graduate school, everybody knows what you should do with your life better than you, right? And so everybody wanted to tell me, well, do this and do this. And I said, I am going to pursue a master's in organizational management, because as a leader, I am going to build a multinational global organization. And I want to really understand how to not only develop myself as a leader, but how to develop other leaders, because I'm going to need to have other stakeholders that are enrolled in my vision and want to be involved with executing on that vision. And I'm going to have to set what is the culture of that particular organization. So I did a deep, deep dive. But when I tell people, I'm like, I've been studying thought leadership my entire journey, because you don't get to be an entrepreneur and choose to go on a path, a divergent path from your peers, and not have something that you're leaning into. I started off very early understanding that I had a relationship with the Almighty and the ancestors, and that's my relationship. And I don't need you to interpret it for me. If I'm quiet, I can hear directly from the source what the assignments are.
That's right.
And we allow the noise to get in. And sometimes the lack of discernment, right? You let everyone else know more about you. That's why it's so important, something that you said about, you want to have coaches, but you need to make sure that your coaches are qualified. Make sure that they're qualified to coach you in what it is that they say that they're coaching you in, because a lot of times what you find are people who are critics and actually, projectors of their own failures, and they can't see you because they're in the way.
Exactly. And dare I say, and those of you that are watching us, I want you to take the opportunity, because I always say note takers are money makers. I like you to take a note, take your pen and write this down. Dr. Audrey, you talked about we are inundated with noise from other people. So I'd like you to write this down. Press the noise cancellation button. Even in this platform, Zoom, StreamYard, even on your mics, it has what you call a noise cancellation button that you can press. And so for the rest of 2024, as you move into 2025, I invite you to press the noise cancellation button, right? PCB, PCB, press the cancellation button. Because a lot of this noise is what hinders us from being and doing what we are really supposed to be and what we're really supposed to be doing. And when we allow so many different messages to come into our heads, we don't have enough space to do what we need to do to see ourselves to the success that we're trying to achieve, because we're inundated with so many other people that's trying to live vicariously through us. And then before we know it, we don't know where they end and we begin. And so we have to be very, very careful and be very, very selective. Even when we say be in the room with the right people, sometimes we can be in these rooms with who we think are the right people, but they're not the right people for us. Okay. We have to be in the room with people who are going to seed in us and also that we can seed into, because here's something that I learned. There's a little girl. This little girl is she maybe was about 4 years old, and she's an author. And I was telling someone about her the other day. And not only did she try to sell me a book while I was at an event, she sold me 2 books. You know why? Because she didn't let the noise of being around all the adults in the room who also were authors get to her. She was on a mission. Okay. So we got to be like this 4-year-old little girl, and we have to be on a mission. And we can't let the outside entities, and even those that are in the room that we feel or we look at and we say that, yeah, they're mentors, but we are dumbed down. We down our light. And I think earlier in your discussion, you talked a little bit about that. We can't dim our light so that we exalt someone else above us, because sometimes we get caught up in this person is so exalted, or they have this platform going on YouTube or what have you, and we forget our own message. We got to remember to bring the message that we were empowered with, because it's somebody on the planet that needs to hear it.
Dr. Richey, you are speaking, Mama, you preaching today. Because that's the truth. Because again, you can get caught up in your own self-talk. And guess what? It doesn't matter who you are. You know, those messages creep in. I had Thanksgiving Day. I had 2 invitations, and I was like, oh, well, I'll do both. Then it turned out that they were at the same time. So you can't do both. Now you got to pick. So then I said, well, I'll pick this one. And then I realized, I said, no, I've already been in that space. I need some new energy. I need some new space. I need some new possible fave 5s, because I have a situation that I need to allow the Almighty and the ancestors to solve. I've already been in that space.
Exactly.
That's already offered me what it has to offer. I need some more spaces. So I have to get outside of my comfort zone.
Yes.
And be willing to go into these new spaces and see what happens. And I kid you not, I was thinking and thinking and thinking. I was like, oh my goodness, what I literally had just prayed for was in that new space. But if I didn't have the courage or the wisdom to listen to the guidance, get out of your comfort zone, get out of what you think. Who asked you to? Yes. Sometimes you must yield to the Almighty and the ancestors, because they understand the assignment that you've been given. You didn't create it. Somebody else created it for you. So the how requires you to listen to the guidance. Same thing when we talk about business and being investable. Are you coachable? Because you can't coach somebody that's not coachable. You're on mute.
So yeah, I put myself on mute sometimes because I'm in here going, yeah, say it. So I don't want to talk over you, but yes, you're 100% correct. And sometimes not only just to be in spaces, sometimes we have to create the spaces, because even in some of these spaces, sometimes we're not even welcome to the space. I was at an event about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was the MC, and I shared with might have been 200 people in the room at this event. And what I share with them is that we talk a good game. We say that we're doing so much for the young people and that we want to help the young people along. And I asked the people, I said, if you brought your child here today, stand up. And only maybe 2 or 3 people stood up, and their children stood up with them. And the problem that we face day in and day out is that these spaces we're creating, we also have to make room for our young people. Okay. You heard the video earlier with, I think her name was Appleberry, the young lady on the video that the Ignites Corporation created. This is another thing that the Black Business Network is doing, bringing young people in the fold, because if our young people are not invited in the room, they won't have any place at the table. And then if they do come to the table later on, they're not going to know how to deal because we have not prepared them properly. And so here we go again with the great mentors need great mentors. In order for our young people to come in the room, for us to leave legacy, and I think you talked about this earlier when you were talking, we have to have a way that we transition out of our own businesses and pass the torch, leave the legacy behind us, so that after it's all said and done, whether we want to sit down and rest, kick our feet up and say, okay, you got it, or until we're called to the next level of life and we're no longer physically on the planet, we still have to set ourselves up so that when we transition, that our work, our legacy lives on. Because really, that's what life is all about. That's what we talk about business. We talk about, you asked a great question earlier when you talked about globalization. When we talk about globalization, I don't know, some of you may know this, but I love to go to the dictionary. The dictionary says that globalization means the increasing interconnections of the world, where people, ideas, and goods and services move more freely across borders, essentially making the world feel like a more unified place through trade, communication, and cultural exchange. Now, when we leave here, if we don't bring our young people in, they're not going to know how to do any of that. They're not going to know what goods are good, what services are great, and how to move freely across borders. Globalization has taught us that, but we have to teach our young people and bring them in the room so they can exercise that and put it into action, because that is what builds generational wealth.
Well, you definitely are speaking to something that I lived. I was given a talk about, the whole womb experience that I created for my son. And then fast forward how, he was 3 weeks old and I was rolling his bassinet into boardrooms. He's been in more boardrooms. By the time he was 5, he told me, Mommy, I've been in more of your training sessions. I can run the training session, but thank God, because now he's 27. He's building a brand, but his brand is in alignment with the global business that I'm building. And then what I noticed is that he picked me on his own as one of his coaches. And so he looked forward to leaning in on his own to my coaching and leadership. So then I said, well, wait a second. Are you interested in this opportunity? One, you got to be qualified. You have to submit your application. You must submit your interests. You will join the organization at your current level. But I asked him, I said, are you familiar with Melody Hobson? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, you know that she was recruited out of college and set on a path to become the CEO in the future by Joe Rogers. And so he planned to develop her from her entry level position at that point to where now she's co-CEO, again, putting in place his succession plan. And so I said, you know, truthfully, when I look around, it'd be my honor to coach you and develop you along a similar plan of action that you and I both agree to. No, you don't start off as a CEO, you're not qualified, but you're going to start off in the position where you have qualifications, and you're going to have to perform based on those qualifications as anyone else would to advance to the next level along the journey. But guess what? I feel like I have a great possibility with him because he not only leaned in, most kids would be tuned out, and he was the one. I took him to the Black Enterprise Conference where they had the kids conference as well. And they were recognizing kids, yet they had the kids separate. They didn't let any of the kids see the kids that they and he came out and he says, "Mom, they needed you to lead this kids. It was a miss. It was like, it was a waste of my time. I was in there playing doodle, and that's pretty much all they offered in terms of real business. They didn't teach us how to do a feasibility analysis like you taught me way back when. But before I go on that tangent, I wanted to turn back to something else. You are involved with the United States as an ambassador for the Foundation Lab, both in Burundi and Africa. And so tell us a little bit more about what that commitment and engagement allows you to not only do, conceive, but execute.
With the organization from Africa, we are working diligently to help put young girls and young boys through schooling. As you know, in Africa, many young girls are not allowed to be educated, and oftentimes they don't have the necessary hygiene needs that they need. And so we go in and we make sure that we go out into the communities, we go to the schools, as well as the organization Women Reach Out with God initiative and the global leadership boot camp, where I am the co-founder. We also go into schools in Africa. We just had a summit in Ghana, in Crete, and we had one in Nigeria most recently as well. And the Foundation Lab, we are actually having an event in April here in the United States. The founder of the organization, Dr. Florence, will be coming over, and she will be joining myself and one other amazing woman as we will be hosting an event here. And why is that important? Because we will be meeting with women from all over the world, and specifically those from the World Bank, because it's significantly important to ensure that women understand about finance and how they work. And we'll be talking about finance and about economics, how economics work. You know, there was a time where they taught economics in school, but now economics in school, from what I understand, no longer exists. And I speak in schools. I just did a talk in a school last month, and I spoke to sixth graders, seventh graders, as well as high school students. And one thing is pervasive is that a lot of our students don't know about economics. They are not taught finances in world texts. And because of that, the Foundation Lab is helping here in the United States during our conference that we're having here in April to help women and young girls to understand these critical pieces, because these pieces will help us to thrive in society. It will help us to thrive in business. It will help us to thrive in the boardroom. And you talked about you being in many executive boardrooms. And just like you, I was always one of the only women of color in a room. I was a clinical engineer for Kodak. I used to run the University of Phoenix in Augusta, Georgia at night. And of course, I was over cybersecurity for QTS data centers. And everywhere I turned, I was also almost always the only one. And so with the Foundation Lab, we are teaching people that even if you're the only one, you have to show up and also make a playing field so that people value what you have to offer within those environments, and bring people in, but not just bring them in. You have to set them up for success. And I want to kind of double back really quickly, if I may, to something that you were saying, and I put some notes over here in the chat so everybody can see them. You talked about your son and how you brought him in, and that's a part of what the Foundation Lab does. The Foundation Lab also partners the parents with the children, because when the parents buy in, there's more of a buy-in with the children. And so you talked about equipping your son to be qualified, and so I wanted to just give a few quick keys. When you qualify your children, one, you got to set them up for success. You got to invite them into the room, like the Foundation Lab is doing. We're inviting our children. We're inviting women from all around the world, and we're also partnering with men in our global leadership boot camp. So you got to teach them the process and help them get qualified, because when they become qualified, then you go to the next step also, where you work with them to have sustainability, so that they can sustain what you've given them. And then also, after the sustainability, you yourself, as the parent, as the leader, as the mentor, you also have to continue to be teachable, because they're the gap that bridges the disconnect between generations. So the Foundation Lab also helps to do that as well. So I just wanted to circle back to that and kind of tie that up, because we as leaders, as mentors, we have to be teachable too, because if we don't get on board with these things, this AI and other things, and Dr. Kelly, I don't know if many of you know this, but over 2 years ago, Dr. Kelly talked about virtual realities. He talked about AI and how important it is for us as business owners to get submerged in this, so that even if we say, well, we don't like it, at least we have a working knowledge and an understanding, so that we don't get left behind and we don't become the dinosaurs of tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm going to conclude it there. Dr. Richey, it's been a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much. I'm sure we could talk the rest of the afternoon. And I just want to, applaud you. I want to thank you again for joining us. Is there any particular way that you'd like people to reach out to follow up with you following this conversation?
Quite naturally, you can reach me on Lotus Richey Ignites. You can go on Facebook. You can go on all social medias. Look up Dr. Lotus Richey. You can see me. Also, join me on the Ignite Your Life for Life Summit that's coming your way. I think Dr. Kelly has the commercial. He'll be playing that for you later. We'd love to have you to join us, so you can meet me there. And as one of my friends say, don't meet me there, beat me there. Connect with me today on all of my social media platforms. Thank you.
Well, wonderful. Well, I'm definitely going to follow up, and genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusiness.com. blackbusinessexpo.usa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. All right. So that's definitely, I'm leading it. I'm all for that. Well, today I have another exciting conversation I'm going to introduce to you not only, a friend, a colleague, a partner in business, Mr. Pascal Sharp. He is the CEO of Profis Ciencia Holdings Limited, which is a maintenance, repair, and operations organization that he founded and launched. Based out of Jamaica, with operations globally, including not only Jamaica, Haiti, the US, and other regions of the world. He and I have had an opportunity to collaborate because of his deep background in technology. First, as an industrial engineer, he taught himself and he became a software engineer. I said, when I met him, I said, you had me at software engineer, but with industrial engineer as the start. I was like, this is definitely going to be one of my guys. So let's talk and let's see what could happen. And, a few years in, I can't tell you how excited I've been to not only get to know him as a person, to understand his passion, his drive, and his determination. Well, without any further ado, I want to bring Pascal into our conversation. We're going to talk to you all about a partnership that we have. Hey, Pascal, how you doing?
Hello, Dr. Stephanie. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Look, we know each other. You can be formal.
Yeah. I almost like mixed Dr. Stephanie, So how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'd rather be where you are, and you're in my future home. So I'm looking forward to being there. But I'm glad you're there. So how's everything today in good old Jamaica, man?
Jamaica is always good. I feel blessed as usual. It was more sunny this morning, but we're more under the weather. We've had not such a pleasant weather. Hopefully, by the time you reach here, it will be better. We're coming out of the hurricane season right now.
Exactly. I always pick my arrival time. I'm coming right on into the peak season where all the fun begins. And I know that everybody's waiting for me to show up with my shine. So I'm on my way. Bikini is ready and packed. I'm there.
We're looking out for you guys, definitely.
Fantastic. Well, thanks again for joining me here on the Black Business Network. I think that some of the work that we've been doing and planning and preparing for, including the global farmers, the organic farmers initiative, has definitely created a greater opportunity. What we see happening around the world is people are becoming more aware of the food supply. And what it is that they're eating, and the fact that so much of what they're eating is not what they thought it was or would be. When you and I began to discuss and explore ways to collaborate, one of the things that I found really interesting was that you had no hesitation or reservation around this initiative. What do you say were some of the things that maybe, sparked your desire, but also how it aligned with your existing business plans? Because you already have business plans that you were executing on. So how did this kind of marriage in your mind, resonate and make it something that you were willing to lean into even while building your own startup?
Well, pretty much as I highlighted in the beginning, my interest it's in the maintenance, repair, and operations industry, which is a $700 billion industry, pretty much. And ultimately, I've seen, based on the numbers, we're looking at some industries where they're lacking technicians, whether it's in the US, Australia. So for me, ultimately, I see that Jamaica or other technicians in the Caribbean, I'm looking forward to see, just like probably Cuba has been a reference in the medical sector today. You're looking at, in some countries, China is always been there to build roads as well. So I'm really think that for us in the Caribbean, this could be a niche and a sector for us where we could really strive and get there. So that would definitely include equipment in general. Our focus definitely in the beginning is vehicle, but the farming, the construction equipment and farming equipment do merge in some places. And that's where it was pretty much a no-brainer for me, because at the end of the day, it's about having technicians equipped and trained and ready to be dispatched to carry out. And being a field service company ourselves primarily, we want to be going to the customer. And the farming sector being those equipment are typically not something that can come in to be repaired. So it got in very well with what we wanted to provide and how we could implement and dispatch based on where we identified the needs. Definitely.
Absolutely. And you touch on something that's so very important. I alluded to, just like I said, you had me at hello with industrial engineer, trained software engineer, but it's true that all the equipment, most of the equipment these days has gone from a transformation of just being gas operated to really technology enhanced. And that continues to evolve. And so when you talk about training teams that can repair equipment, we've long moved past the understanding that a car is not just the car that you can pull up in your driveway. You need to have technology.
Yes.
It's a computer on wheels.
Yes, indeed. And in some cases, people call the Tesla it's a phone on wheels. It's a smartphone on wheels. It's a vehicle like this. And that's where pretty much the evolution of the importance of data too has made this more and more important, because the different manufacturers as they wanted to be able to provide more and more to their consumers, they needed to get more and more about what was going on. So these sensors and all those stuff get in, and it makes it something interesting as well, especially when you're looking at the agriculture sector, which is more neglected. The technicians have, on our side, coming from my experience in Haiti and in Jamaica as well, the data that we collected over that side, there's still difficulty due to some other interests, from probably the personal vehicle where there's a demand going to the commercial vehicle. That's a next interest for some technicians. But when it comes to the farming equipment, it's very much like that sector is neglected for multiple reasons, due to access to finance in some cases. And so oftentimes you have these equipment are not maintained long enough, coming from a developing country point of view. So but we're seeing with the opportunity that data gives us today, it makes it probably easier for certain, whether manufacturers or interests, to be able to know what you're getting yourself into, or what you got yourself into at the same time, and allow you to adjust.
I mean, when we met again and you told me about your business, and I was like, oh my God, you are such a need, because when you come into Jamaica, and it looks like they're just literally acres and acres of vehicles that are just inoperable. And it's like, why are these vehicles, how could you afford to have just acres and acres of cars, of buses, of it doesn't make any sense. It seems like there's enough equipment that everybody on the island should have, at minimum, some kind of hoopty to roam around, instead of sometimes what I see, 3 people deep on a moped. Like,
yes. Yeah, I can't deny that. As you're saying that, I'm thinking there's 3 cars parked down the road right there. So definitely.
So I was having an earlier conversation about people recognizing opportunities, and it's a lot of times the opportunity is right in front of your face,
True.
but you look at the information differently, and you're right. It's having data and interpreting the data appropriately.
Yes.
One of the things that I noticed when I come into the country, it was because my goal was to not only build my business, but to also contribute to the entire ecosystem, because I've been an ecosystem builder everywhere I've gone. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm trying to do something special in Jamaica. It's like, I'm trying to do what I do everywhere I go. I build a business and I build out an ecosystem of others who are able to participate. And so I was mad at, the major tourism organizations and saying it's not reasonable that you should hire 5 people and then the rest of the people, that could be participants in tourism, which is such a big contributor to the economy on the island. Why are they excluded from being able to, participate in this, opportunity? And it was because I had to learn about what the gaps are. Their access to capital, their access to equipment, their ability to produce, and then also understanding the amount of imports. Wait a second. So you're telling me that you're the farmer and you harvest the crops that then are exported out of the country to be sold back to you 10 to 20 times more? It's like, that math is not mathing.
Indeed. My experience with the farmers are probably, as I've shared with you, I see abundance. I see abundance, but at the same time, the lack of probably structure. I won't say discipline because farmers are very disciplined. They wake up early and all those stuff, but I think it's a mix. It's a mix of abundance and lack of opportunity. I don't know if that makes sense at the same time.
Oh, it absolutely do. It always does, because that's what happens is, again, there are some people that look at your abundance and they figure out how they can leverage your abundance for their gain. And they're happy to do that. I was in an earlier presentation and I said, listen, the system wouldn't be the system if it wasn't working for somebody.
Definitely.
It's just not working for everybody. But it's working for somebody.
Yes, it has.
That's why it exists as a system.
Because there are subvention in the agricultural sector in most countries.
Absolutely.
It is subsidized.
It's absolutely. And so there are, many, many dollars. We've talked about this even on a global scale, but it's kind of the same set of situations, which is why whenever I think about, which, you and I have had this conversation and been able to collaborate on, is this idea of, if I can come up with a solution to a problem that has certain set of data variables that I see, then chances are, if that solution is bigger than just a particular neighborhood or region, like I challenge myself, don't just solve a problem on a block, solve a problem throughout a community. Can you solve a problem at a greater scale than that? What would be required to solve that problem at scale if it doesn't have those same variables? And I think when I first was introduced to this concept, really, when I really got it, I was a young entrepreneur. I was still early in my journey, but I remember going to Washington, D.C. for the Black Caucus for the first time. And I got to go to Georgetown. And Georgetown is right adjacent to the slums. And I was like, what? Wait a second. Wait a second. So if Georgetown can exist right next door to the slums, it hit me right then and there. That Oakland, downtown Oakland, West Oakland in particular, was an area where we had projects. And I was like, oh my God, Oakland just completed its general plan, its 30-year plan, and Oakland is in play. And I said, Oakland is going to become the next Georgetown. And for a period of time, through different leaders, that is exactly the play that they executed. Now, as anything, leadership always informs the outcomes of particular initiatives. So with your lens and perspective, as you said, you see the abundance that the farmers have in Jamaica, but also, Pascal, you have the lens of Haiti. And many of us are not as familiar with Haiti on boots on the ground, but what we understand is what we hear through the news is that there's a lot of conflict. And there's a lot of uncertainty. And so kind of speak to, what you were able to understand and, kind of see still even in those communities, the community, its opportunities.
Yes, indeed. When you're looking at a place like today where Haiti is being torn out, there's so much destruction over there as well too. So whether it's infrastructure, there's need for infrastructure. The roads have been blocked for some years, so that has prevented a lot of the minimum agriculture that was happening over there. It has been impacted. So there's a very much like it's the level of poverty has increased definitely over there due to all those internal blockades, that have been created over that side. At the it's the problems are common, unfortunately, and when we're looking at other developing countries, except that of course some others are probably worse than others. Let's put it like that. But in terms of at the base, we have similarities in terms of cultures, in terms of how do we understand certain things, I believe. Okay, I the roots of it, and we do have similar roots at the end of the day. For me, when I compare as a Jamaican Haitian, I see so much similarities and differences between Jamaicans and Haitian at the same time. There are certain things that are just given that I can pick up no matter which side I'm in. That's easy to pick up. But there are some particularities over that side versus another. It's unfortunate that Haiti is at that corner where it is today. It's not something that some of us are very proud of today, but it is a country that is rich with history, especially due to its contribution to slavery all around the world. I like to say that Haiti is the true Wakanda when you're looking at the history, how it opened itself to other places, how it contributed the meager that it had to free some other places in the world, and the riches the abundance it always had. It made France what it was at some point. So at the end of the day, today it's going back to the power of food. So some hundreds or 200 years ago, when you're looking at places like Jamaica, Haiti, they fed or provided to some big superpowers at the time. So at some point, I'm looking forward for us to be able to understand that value and be able to provide for ourselves differently.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that that's why I'm so excited. I said, our big initiative around Zeniverse Wellness Group of wanting to live, to 120 years and beyond. It's because we have plenty of things to do. I have so much to do that I need all the time I can get. So in order to be able to have that time, I must take care of my most valuable assets, and that is me, right?
True,
So
true.
I continue to lead it. So I have to be concerned about what it is that I eat.
Yes.
How it is that I not only feed my body physically, but how do I feed my mental, my mind? How do I feed my soul? We talked about, just kind of all of those elements and ingredients. And so I'm going to ask you a question and maybe a little bit more personal, but when you think about your business and how you've envisioned it, and when you think about, the assignments that the Almighty has given you, where do you think you are along this journey? How would you sort of describe what it is you have decided to lean into as it relates to what it is you believe you've been sort of specially equipped
Assigned.
to do?
Well, that journey has not started yesterday, so it's been some time now. But indeed, in the beginning, I jumped into what I thought I had control over. Okay, with very early in my journey, obviously, and indeed, I think today I like to say that I might not yet be where I want to be, but I'm where I need to be. And you mentioned the Almighty has been such a my relationship with the Almighty has contributed a lot into allowing me to overcome certain challenges, coming from Haiti, and coming to Jamaica and having to start back over again, in a sense, coming from the difficulties in Haiti. So I pretty much, let me see. I'm not sure if I should be catching up. All right.
Yeah. So no, that I understand. Yes, no, absolutely. Having the perspective of, I say not only those two markets, but more importantly, the global perspective. We look
Mm-hmm.
at farming
Yeah.
sectors, and we see the same again type of suppression
Mm-hmm.
throughout the agricultural communities, where certain people are allowed to thrive while other people are, suppressed. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that by creating new systems, one, I always say, well, wait a second, who are the customers? Can we
Mm-hmm.
find a customer with a big enough check to justify a business opportunity? Because if we can identify that, if we can find a customer, then, we can finance our cause.
Yes.
And our cause is about changing conditions for
Mm-hmm.
communities, and we can do that. And we can do that wherever it is that we go.
Mm-hmm.
So, with this, initiative around the Organic Farmers Global, um, I know I have some ideals, but what do you think are some of the, big ideals that you see and that you think are valuable um, outcomes that we can help create through this initiative?
I'm thinking, well, I think I look at it from a development point of view, having an impact. These are the areas, but it will have to, it comes with us having to think outside the box, think what is appropriate for developing countries, especially me. I think more along the lines of African and Latin American region, where my culture and my upbringing has gotten me to better understand what could be implemented in these areas. Especially due to the so much opportunity, but lack of stuff as well on the other hand. Um, so I think that I see there a lot. I'm looking forward to exploring different um, models, whether it's financing models or equipment management models that I'm seeing that are being implemented by different in different regions or even different countries, and being coming from working on different projects with a government institutions. Um, there are quite a few ideas out there as well, and some of them come. They are different. Um, they are different, as I said, different opportunities, and I'm open to letting the data speak by itself and let us know probably in a few years or after we do some trial and error, understand what will more work for this set of people or this type of agriculture or this type of culture even. So today, as we're going into building relationship with different, private and public interests, it's becoming more and more for me demonstrate all again more the importance of data, because there are so many different stakeholders, from manufacturers to being able to have access to the parts, to the farmers and the land that you have. Okay, so there are many variables, and I, as a industrial engineer by training, and have had experience from software engineering to data analysis. The geek side in me is like, yeah, 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 yeah. We're looking at, what's bring it on. So I'm looking forward to see what will be the green and red light that will come out of this.
Absolutely. Well, Pascal, if someone wanted to get in touch with you and learn more about your organization there
Yes.
in Jamaica or from anywhere around the world, how should they best connect with you?
Well, the one of the best, most current way is definitely my LinkedIn profile, Pascal Sharp. That's the best way right now. After that, I do invite everybody to follow the journey. with our Brain Smart Maintenance Solutions in Jamaica, where we're looking to provide more maintenance and repair solutions. So here and elsewhere as well under that brand.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again for joining me today and sharing your experience and insight. I really appreciate that opportunity to, share and introduce you to the network. Thank you for being who you are and taking the stands that you stand. And thanks for being, a friend, a colleague, and a partner as we make a difference in the world.
Thank you to you. Thank you to the community for Black Business Expo. And thank you as well to Dr. Kelly for thinking of me as well for my contribution.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.